Welcome to Grand Island, Nebraska. I know what you're thinking. An island in Nebraska? I don't blame you for wondering. I wonder myself why this town's called Grand Island, Nebraska. I could find out easily enough, I suppose. But I asked the lady at the desk downstairs. She told me she's not from this town. Okay, well, I guess that's why you don't know why it's called Grand Island. That's fine too. You don't have to know that, lady. Everything last few hours have been pretty horrible, really. I had a couple of issues today. Issue number one, I take too much Adderall. Like, if there's ever an excuse for it, this is it. But by and large, it's never a good idea for me to take more than 2 Adderall. If there's a day where it is a good idea, today was that day. But even then, do I really need to take 4 of them? I don't think so. I would have been just fine taking 3, I'm sure. Regardless, then when I get here and take the mushrooms, of course, mushrooms are not happy with me. They're like, okay, bro, obviously you need to sleep, you need to stop taking so much Adderall. Mushrooms are very smart like that. They know what you should do. Better than you know what you should do. Okay, here's the issue. I gotta put this one. It just, oh my God. This whole process is requiring so much of me that I don't like to do. And it's hard for me initially already. Like, even when I'm at my own house, I can't keep, with all my stuff set up like I want it, I still can't keep track of all my little objects. I literally went down to the truck earlier and forgot everything I needed to take with me. I went down there to start this live stream down there. When I got down there, I realized I did not have my phone. I also did not have the keys. I only had one of the keys to the truck. I didn't need those keys. I needed the other keys. I also realized I still hadn't put the phone on Wi-Fi. So I don't even know why I went down there at all. There's too many objects to keep track of. It's ridiculous. Who can possibly keep track of all these things? Like, and the thing is, you can't just take absolutely everything every time. Hi, Dad Boy Class. Hi, Winston's mom. Hi, G. How's the road trip been? It's been okay. You know, it's been, today I made a good amount of progress. Like all the way from Rock Springs, Wyoming to Grand Island, Nebraska. That's quite a lot of distance. Physical objects. They are a physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual encumbrance. I could not agree with you anymore. I've got a whole truck full of shit that I wish I'd just thrown it all away somehow. I know I couldn't throw everything away. Oh God, physical objects are the worst. They're the absolute fucking worst. Everything about them sucks so much ass. Things you own end up owning you. Yeah, they're horrible. I'm not sure if this happened somewhere along the journey or if it was started out like this. But I noticed that the car is not centered on the trailer properly. Like it's all the way to one side. I don't think it started off like that. I think I probably would have noticed that. Who knows what the fuck happened? It's all super. Everything's like, you know, I'm trying to be as mindful of everything as I can possibly be all the time. And this is what I thought about mindfulness, right? What is mindfulness really? It's just like keep in mind all the different things that could go wrong and try to prevent them from going wrong. Well, you know, it's an awfully high, fancy sounding term for something so shitty. Mindful. Ugh. You know, the thing about I was last couple of hours or so after I ate those mushrooms, or a bit of a rough few hours there, let me tell you. Because well, I tried to like sleep for a little while. I wasn't feeling very good. I took 2 showers. My head was filled with nothing but dark, horrible thoughts. And I was just struck by the reality of like, oh my God. I had this one thought in the bathroom, like, this is true for ENTPs, probably, not so much for other types. Like, when I go downstairs, I'm not going to need my wallet, right? I might need the key to the truck. I'm not really sure. Like, yeah, obviously you can't take all of these stupid objects with you every time you go everywhere. You have to make a determination about which of these objects live in the beauty nightmares we call life. Yeah, well, I was struck in the shower thinking about how, like, for an ENTP, me anyway, forget about just generalizing it all. Who knows if it's going to generalize one bit. It's like, by the time, like, all of the wisdom that one ever gets in life comes from horrible fucking trauma and loss. And then the only extent to which you actually are made more wise by that stuff is if you keep in mind the horribleness of it. And I was thinking about how, like, in general, life is this weird thing where it's like you've got to do your things, assuming a certain amount of stability, right? Like, well, like, for example, of course, I don't have the key. How much time do I spend doing this fucking shit? Of course, right now I'm on mushrooms, so it's super frustrating. I hate this stuff when I'm on mushrooms so much. It's like Which reminds me, I'm not supposed to be doing any of this horrible stuff. This is not my job. I am not capable of these kinds of horrible things. But you gotta do things under the assumption that things are a certain amount of stability, right? Like, well, like when I come back up here, the hotel room's still gonna be there. Things like that, no problem. That's obviously that's fine. But things like all the people who are important to you are fine right now. Any moment you could get a horrible phone call or something like that, right? So, functionally, what childhood is this wonderful time where you just assume all the things that are stable, and they're never going to change. And you just get to play blissfully unaware of the horribleness of life. Nowadays, I feel a lot more like my dad, perpetually displeased by things because, the buck stopped with him and now it stops with me. And it's like, it doesn't matter anything except the outcomes. This fucking hotel, I cannot. Okay, I found the right door. I was lost several times trying to figure out how this door works with that elevator. Oh. When the buck stops with you, the only thing that matters is actual outcomes. Nothing else matters at all. And it doesn't matter how hard you try or anything like that. It's fucking completely irrelevant. You just got a handle on everything or else you're fucked. And that's just how adulthood is. And it's horrible. Because about just how cruel and tragic and horrible everything is all the time. It's really going like, hey, Eric, there's some pretty dark shit you're thinking about here. Of course, the reality is, it's because I'm tired and have a dopamine deficit. But it's also because I'm stuck in this fucking horrible place of not settledness until this whole horrible thing is done. During my second shower, it's a great shower. It's called a walk-in shower. You can just sit down in there, shower going on there. But there's some gross little thing that, because of the way I was doing it, forcing water into the cracks there, it kind of like dripped. Okay, hotel Wi-Fi. Why don't you never want to go as far as I do? I want to show you guys this little lake over here, but no dice. You guys are not allowed to see the little lake because that's not where the Wi-Fi goes to, I guess. Like, shouldn't I be able to just live stream with bars anyway? I think I can. So why doesn't it just switch automatically to bars when I run out of Wi-Fi? It's not like back in Mariposa where there are no bars. It's since I left Mariposa, I've not had one single moment of not having bars, despite traveling across all of this more or less uninhabited country. Only in Mariposa did I not have any bars. And like Wyoming is shockingly uninhabited. You drive hundreds of miles and there's not any cities at all. It's crazy. I also find it crazy. How is it possible that like half of I-80 in Wyoming is under road construction? And of course, as always is the case when things are under road construction, you never actually see anybody doing anything, right? It's just got cones for, hundreds of miles of I-80 for fucking, as far as I can tell, no reason. It didn't slow me down much. Not very much. I mean, but it's like, surely, maybe I've got Wyoming. Maybe what you could do is do one part of the highway, and when you're done with that, then go to the next part. Have you considered that maybe? Instead of having all the highway, like hundreds of miles of it with cones unnecessarily? Why? Like, who's in charge of this road work strategy? I'll tell you what, we're planning sometime in the next couple of years on working on these hundreds of miles of road. So let's just cone it all off now. Let's just cone off the whole thing now. And then when we get around to doing it, we don't have to put the cones. Like, who's in charge of this plan? It's a horrible plan. Of course, you cannot conceivably do road construction any worse than they do in California. But, Wyoming, they really wanted to give California a run for their money, I guess. Putting all these cones. This is a section of fucking road on the 99 in California that since, we first went up there to now, not a single fucking thing has changed about it, as far as I can tell. And they've got this crazy, like, freeway dividing cone thing setting up. Like, what the fuck are you people doing? Like, if you're gonna fix the road, then fix it. If you're not gonna fix the road, then take away the cones, Like, are you serious? Surely, this, somebody's like, I know what you do, put a bunch of cones and do all this stuff here. Okay, well, somebody just said, well, why? Why are we putting all these cones? I think generally speaking, atheism has not been popular historically. But nowadays it's like all the cool edgelords are atheists. Boy, looking at my feet with my glasses on is a mistake. Where did I get all these crazy varicose veins on my foot from? It's crazy looking at them. Better that I don't put on my glasses sometimes, I guess. So anyway, I like to imagine that the roadwork people, they have a specific job that just the cone person is uninformed about any of the other things going on. So it's like, look, your job is just to decide where to put cones. Well, what work are we doing? You don't need to know that. You just you just put cones someplace. And then they just, okay, well, how much of it? As much as you think is appropriate. Okay. I guess I'll just put hundreds of miles of cones. Good. Excellent. That's my job? Yeah, that's it. That's all you got to do. Just put cones places. All right, well, I guess I'll find some more places to put cones then. And then some other department's like, okay, we've got all these spots that now have cones on them. What should we do? Should we do anything in any of these spots? Yeah, I think we should eventually. Maybe someday. The important thing is that when we do decide what we're going to do to it, already we don't have to worry about putting any cones down. I think maybe the state of Wyoming is in the middle of implementing a new policy that says just have all the roads all the time only at half capacity. Because after all, you never know when you're going to need to do some road work. Oh, well, you know, that's why there's that saying, good enough for government work. Because obviously, no private sector enterprise could conceivably think this was a good idea to put these cones for hundreds of miles. It makes absolutely no sense. It could not conceivably possibly be necessary. Man, I got people that pay $1 to hear him talk. You know what I'm curious about? I do not know why YouTube paid me so much money last month. Like, normally, maybe I get paid every 2 months because I have less than $100. Last month, YouTube paid me like $300 and some dollars. What happened? If anything, I made much fewer videos, much less content, streamed less. I don't know idea what happened. Maybe somebody dropped a Benjamin or something. Maybe IcoG dropped a couple Benjis or something. Who knows? But somehow I didn't notice, I guess. Well, predictably, I should have predicted this. Yeah. Earlier, when I was making these kind of decisions, I was saying to myself, no, Eric, you don't want to smoke a joint. It's just going to feel even more dark or whatever. But I'm no longer feeling dark. Now, of course, I want to smoke a joint. I don't like I've never been somebody who liked doing intoxicants when things were bad. Like, I never tried to treat my suffering with intoxication. The more I suffer, the less I want to get intoxicated. Oh, this sucks. Why did I do that? Well, because I'm just, I don't like to do that kind of stuff. The freaking maintenance on my freaking nails and shit. Just come on already, though. Ow. That hurts. It's annoying. It's like, fuck off already. Alright. Well, I'm feeling remarkably human. Definitely gonna need to get a good night's sleep tonight. I may even take, I know Rachel said she put it in a olanzapine. Purchased an olanzapine for me. May even take half of that tonight. It's a tricky one as to whether it's like, I think I could do it just because I need the extra sleep, but there's a lot of, but the next day, I'm really slow. This place is so fucking confusing. Area. The way this place is laid out, I did not. Like, it's a weird, like, corridor thing. It seems like you should go out this door and it'd be over there. There they are. Okay. I was warned about this. I was warned that the door on the elevator is a little hinky. I'd be fine going up the stairs, but it's hard to find things. Like, it's easy to find how to go down the stairs. And this is kind of an interesting feature, I guess, of this hotel. It's got a little balcony here. You could look at the lobby. Pretty cool, huh? I like Best Western. I've always liked Best Western. It seems like they're a little bit better than like equivalent places. They're better than, say, Comfort Inn or I don't know, La Quinta. Like, how did that even become a corporation? Who decided? Oh yeah, La Quinta. That's a good name for a hotel. It's not a name for a hotel. It's a terrible name for a hotel. La Quinta. Best Western's a fine name for a hotel. Not especially great. I'll tell you what's a weird name for a hotel is Holiday Inn. The other thing about live streaming horizontally, I don't really think about it all, but is significant, is that if you're live streaming horizontally, you really need to have a TV here because, like, vertically, the chat stays there on the phone, but horizontally, it disappears quickly. You can bring it back, but it's better to have it on the top. And the other thing I think is that good idea to just pop out the chat. Like, I don't need any other part. I already know what I look like. Um, there we go. Now we're making some serious progress. Being popular and being generally approved of are very different. Well, that's true. Um, well, I mean, I guess it would seem as though popularity like comes along with some approval, but not necessarily, I guess. I mean, the thing about popularity is like a show can be popular, for example, and people don't necessarily approve of it, but it's one of those things where, like, Rachel uh, finds the show Euphoria problematic. She, I don't think she approves of it, but she nevertheless is interested in it, possibly because it's so popular. Um, so earlier I was a little cold in here because mushrooms can make you feel a little bit cold sometimes. Now I think it's a little bit too hot though. So we're gonna have to turn on a little bit of air conditioning. So for $10 extra, and the total was still only $129, I got the king size bed, and I got the big shower. It's quite pleasant in here, really. It's a little dated looking and everything. Like, that's fine. I like these. All right. I don't even know what you call that design, but it's pretty cool around here, you know? I paid the rent today. Um, I haven't done that in a long time. Well, actually, I guess I paid the rent when we got the place, but I tend to forget that we've already paid August's rent because we're not living there. To me, September's rent felt like the first month of rent that I'm paying. The lady, the landlord, has to keep reminding us that it's already our place, you know, because, well, we're not there and we're needing to, like, I need to get internet there before I get there. So we've arranged for that to happen. Tomorrow, Rachel's dad is going to be there to get the internet installed. And I'm very pleased with that reality. But boy, I tell you, things sure are expensive. You know, even in the saner parts of the country where gas is shockingly, I've seen gas under $4 some places. Are you serious? Like, come on, California. I was thinking about this. Okay, let's say California adds a dollar per gallon to the gas cost. Let's say the state of California gets $1 for every gallon of gas everybody pumps in the state. Like, how much money is the state of California getting from this? And could there be a less competent person in charge of such a large amount of money? Absolutely insane. Eric, how would you determine if your debate opponent is dumb or being manipulative? I'm thinking Ipsit Dixit. See, what is that? Oh, well, I mean, the thing is, in a competition debate, people aren't doing any of those things per se, right? They're trying to win, and all those things are fair game. Like, being manipulative, that doesn't really mean anything in that context, um, but yeah, sure, people in debate rounds will straw man the other people all the time, and we do all that kind of stupid shit. The issue, the fundamental problem is this: people who are wanting to engage a subject intellectually in a serious way are not interested in debating it, right? They only want to engage in dialectic. So if whoever it is you're dealing with is attached to their position, well, there's the whole and entirety of the problem. There's nothing else to be said about it. They're married to their position. They're not interested in engaging intellectually with the subject to determine what's correct at all. They're just married to their position. And the thing is, for most things that people debate about, there's no reason to debate about them at all because the questions are all fully answered. But people don't like that. They don't want answers. They want to engage about this thing. Let's see here. It's a scam from big battery company. Some kind of a scam because I say so. That's an interesting perspective. Appreciate it. Well, I mean, companies aren't engaged in debating things either. They are engaged in chicanery plenty of times. Like the bricks and minifigs people. Oh my God. What a horrible bunch of dissembling chicanery users they are. Just horrible. they're they're ridiculous, legalistic doublespeak is just they're so getting what they fucking deserve. And the thing about fallacies is just because something's fallacious doesn't mean it's wrong. Like I could say, like all humans breathe. I breathe, therefore I'm human. It's fallacious, but nothing about it's incorrect. It's fallacious, obviously, because it's affirming the consequence. But just because something's fallacious, it just means that, like, you may be right, but you're going to have to come up with a different way to explain that, because what you just said shouldn't convince anybody, right? Like, the whole point of fallacies is that, like, to say they're just kind of ways of saying, regardless of whether you're correct or not, the way you're presenting this shouldn't convince anybody. So while it is the case that all humans breathe, it's also the case that I breathe. It is not the case that my breathing is what makes me human, right? Lots of things that aren't human breathe as well. So it's best to think of fallacies as not things that, like, evil things that people are using to try to fool you or whatever. Instead, put the burden back on where it belongs and say, okay, well, you may be right or you may not be right, but nobody should be convinced by that reasoning. How is the beach of the Grand Island? What? Apparently, well, the lady at the front desk, she said she's not from this town, therefore doesn't really know why. Well, it's called Grand Island, but she did say that there's several rivers around here. Okay, well, maybe it's an island in a river? I'm not sure. I like the idea of taking your defensible typology model and putting typology up for debate and calling this new model debatable typology. Yeah, well, that's not a bad idea, because it's also the case that what makes it defensible is the fact that it's debatable. Whereas if you don't have meaningful definitions and stuff, then it's like it might do a better job of attracting interest and stuff, and maybe I should prioritize that. But the reality is, there's nothing to debate. There's nothing to debate at all. It's just me explaining how things actually are, and somebody could conceivably correct me at some point. That's fine, and then I'll stand corrected. But, debate is, more than anything else, it's a pedagogical thing, right? It's like, there's a pedagogical thing and it's a legalistic thing. But for stuff that's an explanation rather than an advocacy, it doesn't really make any sense to debate it, right? So here's how this human circulatory system works. I want to debate that. Okay, well, it's not really the kind of thing you debate, You might say your idea of veins and capillaries is wrong for some reason, but even if you wanted to say that, it's not the kind of thing one debates about. It's like, you could be corrected, I guess, but similarly with cognitive functions, when we think about it as an explanation of reality, then it seems kind of strange to debate. Right, what am I doing? I'm not just gonna go mindlessly outside and smoke a cigarette. I'm supposed to be rolling a joint. I wonder where Rachel is. I'm surprised she's not here already. I talked to her before I took the mushrooms on the phone. I talked to her a couple times today. Let's see what they say. Grand Island, Nebraska is named for a large island in the Platte River. I didn't have any corn. Oh, there's a casino nearby? I'm not really that interested in going to casinos, I guess. I kind of, like the last few times I've gone to the casino in Chichanski Gold, I think, well, I guess I'll bet a little bit here and there, but it just seems kind of, I don't know. I used to like it more. Now it just seems like a waste of money. Yes, it's not necessarily a waste of money because you could leave ahead, right? But it is nice to win money, but it sucks to lose money, so. Okay. Work. What's going on here? Listen here, you zone line. I'm going to be in charge of what temperature it is here, okay? Not you. So, I have the fan speed higher, but not actual air conditioning on. That's fine. What would Claude say? I mean, the funny thing is, like today, I didn't let Claude know where I was until, because I was like, okay, you gotta pay the rent before you tell Claude where you are. Because you already know, if you just tell him where you are, he's gonna nag you about paying the rent. So just pay it first, then tell him where you are. And you can tell him, I already paid it, motherfucker. So stop nagging me about it. Anyway, I still haven't informed Claude of my progress today. Claude's very, like, prudent, you know. He's always telling me, do not try to compact days, do not try to get rid of a day somewhere. Because you're pushing yourself too far, too hard, and dealing with a big truck and all this kind of shit. Like, okay, Claude, jeez. I might just go a little further though than you said. It is really nice to have an itinerary though, because that way I can be like, hey, I'm ahead. I was only supposed to get to North Platte today, but I got all the way to Grand Island. You know, I did not have to like push myself to get this far either. The thing is, a day like Friday was fucking brutal. Because I spent the first half of the day fucking finishing packing, then all the way until like midnight just fucking wrestling with fucking California's horrible Sacramento traffic. It was the worst time to leave. It was just an absolute fucking nightmare. Uh, obviously, I can't do days like that every day. But because that was like that was day one, everything else seems easy squeezy by comparison. The only reason I stopped when I did today was because I wanted to take mushrooms. So I wanted to take them early enough that I could still get a decent night's sleep and such. They say the women of Nebraska are A-OK. I think that's the women of Oklahoma they say that about. I am in Nebraska. I mean, I am happily enough going to just not be a... California's not my problem. California does have plenty of problems. They're somewhat overstated by conservatives, people that self-identify as such, but you know, I was listening to, I was trying to listen to this YouTube. I had it on my playlist. This video by Tiffany Ferg. I've enjoyed her stuff in the past sometimes. And this was about like tradwife influencers. You've never heard of a tradwife before. It's basically Mormons who are making like family friendly content, part of their general like sucker you into Mormonism thing. But I was listening to some of this, and this Tiffany Ferg is just like, okay, lady, you've just got to shut the fuck up. Because I get that you don't approve of whatever, but oh, leftists, self-identified leftists and their insanity is just insane. Like, she is so just wants it to be the bad guys and the good guys. Nice and clear so we can all understand what matters. Like, if you really cared about family values, you wouldn't try to slash funding from yeah. Okay, well, if you really cared about anything at all, you'd pay for it yourself, you stupid cunt. Anyway, I don't think I'll be watching that lady anymore because it's like, you know, that's the proper response to any of that bullshit. Okay, you pay for it, you stupid cunt. Go spend all your money providing all these things for people that you think is so critically important. Yeah, it's cheap, $229. Nebraska is pretty inexpensive. This is the upgraded room too. I spent the extra $10 on the king sized room. Otherwise, it would have just been $119, I guess. So the room rates have been, you know, as expected / affordable. Sometimes a little bit more affordable than expected. What's been a bit of a sticker shock for me are the $150 gas fills. That fucking truck has a 35-gallon tank. So, like, earlier, I was like, okay, well, I should stop and get gas. I only got like 50 miles left. It tells you how many miles you have left to go. And so, it almost filled it all the way up, and it was like $160. And I was like, oh, for fuck's sake. Guess I'll try to save money elsewhere. Like, I've already determined No more sit-down meals for me the rest of this trip. I had made the mistake of going to a sit-down meal in what's it called? Wyoming? Yeah. And it was like $40 for a burger, and of course I indulged in a couple of non-alcoholic beers. That makes things more expensive. But it's like I do not need to sit down and eat meals. Okay, I could just go get fast food and be perfectly happy. So you could get a couple of hot dogs from a gas station, be perfectly happy. Los Angeles spent $1 billion this year on homeless people. Wow, I guess there must not be any homeless people left then, huh? Thank God the city of Los Angeles has solved homelessness with their wise and necessary expenditures. It's like no matter how much you favor spending money on solving a problem, you should never think that the government's a good person to spend it. They're notoriously terrible at doing everything. But Tiffany Berg, what matters is that your heart's in the right place. Look, it's not taking your money and throwing it in the garbage, because my heart's in the right place. Oh, freaking tards. Alright, is there anything else I need before I leave this room? This is such a challenging proposition to make sure you have all the things you need. Got the keys, I got my lighter, I got my cigarette and my joint. Got glasses. I've got the phone and the tripod. This is a good place for glasses. This is one of the. I only recently determined, like maybe I determined it before but forgot about it, but this is the way to put glasses for sure. Put them in this little buttonhole here thing. It's a perfect place for glasses. The best place to put them. I got my joint, got my cigarette. I could bring a whole pack. Who knows if I'm gonna sit down there for a long time. I could bring these keys. The thing is, I was thinking, you know what? Actually, if I went down, well, I'll bring these keys in case, because I could go to the trunk. I've got the trunk all set up so I can pull bomb rips out of the trunk of the car. I got in the trunk of the car a box with a bong, and also it doesn't have any water in it currently, but I got a bottle of water right next to it to pour water into it. And it would be better to smoke bong rips than smoke a joint. In general, I prefer bong rips, but well, I'll bring my keys and I'll make the decision then. I'm gonna need the key to the truck because I'm gonna need to get another bottle of water out of there. Corn repellent. That's definitely something you need in Nebraska. Did I got my corn repellent? Keep this fucking corn away from me. That's hilarious, Buddy Cat. That's a great job you did there. Alright, I think I got everything. Alright, I think I got everything I need. Corn repellent. That's fucking hilarious. I don't typically, no offense or anything, I don't typically think you're the most hilarious guy putting together, but you knocked it out the park with that one. Okay, this is fucking a weird labyrinth. Who designed this fucking place? How did I end up here again? Oh my god. It's like, I was 1,000,000% convinced. Okay, I'm sorry, Best Western, I'm barely outside. So, fuck off with your Wi-Fi shittiness. I could go get my third bag too. I was, I was like, God, what? Seems like Rachel packed me. Just this whole bag is nothing but underwear and socks. Like, I mean, I appreciate it, but why would you pack only underwear and socks? Well, turns out I wasn't looking in the other bag. The third bag, the mystery bag. Because the other two bags, my gray backpack and the red backpack, they make sense. They're bags that stay with me and have things in them. The gray bag, it's got the drugs. That's the drug bag. The red bag, it's got all the tech. Laptops, cords, all that shit. The other bag, there's some bag that Rachel gave me to take with me. But, okay, what's this? But accordingly, it's easy to forget about. It's in the trunk. And presumably, it has pants and stuff in it. I haven't actually looked in there, so it's still conceivably possible that she only packed underwear and socks. But it's much more likely that in the mystery third bag, there's things like pants and stuff. Obviously, I don't need to change my clothes that often. But today, after I got out of the shower, I looked at these horribly sorry underwear that I've been wearing for like a week. So it's time to put on some new underwear. Oh, I feel so like normal and human. When I first, after I first ate those mushrooms, I was like in quite a state for a couple hours. Understandably, because the mushrooms are trying to fix what's wrong with me. What's wrong with me is I need to sleep and not do a bunch of Adderall and stuff. Obviously, took a little bit of a nap, maybe. More like horrible fever nightmare. It's important to remember how temporary one's activities are. Like, I think we're all inclined towards what's been happening lately is how things are now forever. Like, well, I guess we'll be moving forever and things will just stay shitty forever now. Must be the case because I haven't noted any change in that the last couple of weeks. Really, things are a little bit less persistent than you think. Certainly, mushrooms make it more plausible for me to feel kind of my native joy a little bit more. But it's also the case that I suspect when this whole horrible process is over, that there'll be a lot more room for my joy to come out, you know. There's nothing joyful about this horrible fucking horribleness. Bunch of TE and SE and SI shit. Fuck that noise. Nobody likes that shit. Maybe some people do, but not me. You're just stupid and dumb and I hate it. I don't want to have to solve problems, interface with things. Like, I don't want to interface. Just, I want things to be recursive, not iterative, right? Like, I want to make the determinations all now, figure all that stuff out, and then push go, and then do all of the action without having to think about it any further. That's how things should be. Instead, TE is not like that at all. Not one bit like that. You're supposed to check, adjust, blah, blah, blah. You got to be mindful, keep cognizant of the fact that this needs to come before this thing, and blah, 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 blah. Fuck you, TE. Just fuck you. Sorry, not sorry. Go fuck yourself, TE. Compromises and competing interests and stuff, and trade-offs and shit. Maybe, you know, the best you can do the best thing you can possibly do with CE is avoid problems and have things be as least annoying as possible. That's the best you could ever achieve, right? You're not even aiming for anything good. Hey, look. The way I thought about it, you didn't have to fucking load the truck on a hill like an idiot. Yeah, I know, fucking T. I was tired. I was just done interfacing. I should have just. This is always the case with T. Just stop, evaluate some more, do a little something, stop, evaluate some more. Fuck the fuck off, TE. That's not how things in the world should work. It's like, TE is, it's always at the very best, if you score 100%, you get to 0. And which means, hey, I didn't do things extra stupid in some way. There's no positivity about it at all. It's just like, the things you're having to do are already fucking problems to begin with, and the best you can do is solve them more or less efficiently. Of course, things that actually matter don't matter at all. Only impacts matter. Fucking only competing interests and compromises and fucking a bunch of fucking horribleness. Bunch of impact calculi. Like, since when is a sane world built upon impact calculi? Impact calculi, that's what the tards do. Only tards think you can resolve a question with impact calculi. Of course, that's the thing with TE. They're not trying to answer any questions, right? They're never trying to answer any questions with TE. You're just trying to solve problems. You're trying to get things accomplished more or less efficiently. It's like, you're not even posing, nor answering, or even pretending to try to do either of those things. Any questions? You're just this thing that happens to go, oh, fuck, I wish I had thought of that before. Then I wouldn't have done things so stupid. That's all TE is. That's all it is. Just a bunch of fucking Captain Hindsight moments of like, oh, what the fuck? Why didn't I? Oh, you can't think of everything. It's just like, oh, fuck off already, TE. Just fuck the fuck off, you know? Nobody should give you any quarter. Just get out of my house. Go out there, down the street someplace. I do not want you around. Well, just trying to, TE Incorporated, just trying to make things really easier for you. Okay, well, if things were easy for me, we wouldn't be engaging you at all. We'd only be doing things that matter, asking and answering questions. Not fucking driving a stupidly big truck across country with a bunch of stupid fucking objects inside of it. Oh my God! What was I even conceivably thinking? Well, I mean, this is another one of the TE things, right? Like, you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. It doesn't matter what you do, you're fucked. If I did bring all the things I brought, then I'd regret not bringing them later when I wish, oh God, why didn't I bring that? We totally need that. Or you have this regret. When I get to New York, I'm going to be like, how am I possibly going to put all of this stuff in a 2-bedroom apartment? Oh, God. The thing that, it's like, you think, oh, well, you know, we did pare down from a 4-bedroom house. We got rid of all this furniture, all this other stuff, blah, blah, blah. Well, here's where you're forgetting about a place I like to call the garage. This place is not going to have a garage. I've got all this garage stuff that, you know, I brought because I guess I thought there'd somehow magically be a garage. I don't know. Well, what are you gonna do? I'm not gonna throw out all my tools. Obviously, I've got a nice angle grinder. There's never going to be a world in which somebody doesn't, where in which it's not a good idea to have a good angle grinder. That world, nobody wants to live in that world. I probably could have left the belt sander. I cannot conceive of any real application for the belt sander. I mean, I never had that robust a sanding project. But I will periodically misapply it to try to do something it's not supposed to be doing. I don't know what that every time every time I hear a loud motorcycle guy, I think fag because that South Park episode. That was so successful in making me think that every time I hear one of those. That I haven't seen an episode in God knows how long, and every single time I hear a loud, annoying fucking person on their big bike listening to some, like, you're on this super loud fucking Harley whatever thing kind of motorcycle. One of those ones that's got like makes you sit back like this and stuff. And you purposely got one that's super loud. And then you're also blasting music from some unseen speaker. Who knows? I guess it's like, I get youthful stupidity, but that guy looked to be my age. Like, are you serious, bro? His motorcycle was like colorful lights all over around it too. It was quite the spectacle. The colorful lights don't bother me because whatever, they're not besieging the audio space. Like, I'm not looking at things anyway. I don't care what color your lights are. Looking at things. What am I, Kim Jong-un? No, I'm not Kim Jong-un. That's why I don't look at things, okay? Looking at things is for losers. I'm just kidding. If you're somebody who likes to look at things, you're not a loser. You're just wrong. I'm just kidding. Nothing wrong with looking at things. I just really don't see the point of it at all. But go through all this. There's some pretty spectacular scenery. This sunset over there. It's pretty spectacular, right? But like, who gives a fuck? Like, what does that mean? Nothing. It's just some thing to look at. Come on now. How long was it disconnected for? It's like I'm barely even outside. I remember this hotel that Rachel and I stayed at in Arcadia. They had it set up so the Wi-Fi literally went exactly to the door, and then you went outside, you didn't have any more Wi-Fi. I have no idea how they managed to accomplish that, nor why. Maybe it was just an accident. I was trying to figure out on a couple of occasions whether something was just coincidence or not. Like, a lot of these gas stations along the way, they actually would not, they just like automatically, one of them ended at $75. Just shut off. I'm like, okay, well, I know that's not full. But then there's the other one that ended at $125, but it was like almost perfectly full. I was like, could it be a coincidence that it just took exactly $125 to fill it up exactly? But no. Because then I tried to push it a little bit more, it wouldn't go. So that was proof positive. It's just some arbitrary limit they have on these gas stations. One was 75, one was 125, one was 100. 100 was a couple of times, I think. Like, well, fuck, this just means I have to go get more gas more often. What are you doing here? Why are you doing this to me? And, actually, at one of the instances, what number am I? 213. I was like, do I not have any money or something? Is that why I called the bank? No, that wasn't the problem. Turned out in that gas station, I think that gas pump is out of gas. Is the problem. I can't confirm that 100%. I didn't go to. Oh yeah, sorry if I was gone for a long time. I wasn't paying a lot of attention to that sort of thing. Anyway, the Wi-Fi is a little bit spotty outside, I guess. That's fine, Best Western. Overall, I still think you provide a great product here at a very reasonable rate. If only the gas stations were so accommodating as you. Like, I go spend $150 at the gas station. Well, they didn't even come and say hello to me or anything. They're just like, I'm not even gonna look at you, you filthy scum. Every gas station I go, seems like, if anything, they come out and say, "Get out of here, you filthy scum!" Well, I think people maybe wondering, like, what's this guy doing over there, if they don't see the phone. If they see the phone, I think most people are going to conclude, okay, he's probably doing some influencer stuff. I do not consider myself at all an influencer, but that's probably what other people think, right? I'm not, my goal is not to influence people. Why would I want to influence them? Oh, I want to get you to buy some things. No, I'm not interested in that at all. I do not want to influence you to buy. Oh, this product is fantastic. Like I do genuinely. I'm very pleased with Best Western again, as I always am when I say Best Western. But it's not because I'm trying to influence you to go to Best Western yourself. I'm just sharing with you my experience. I am really curious about what's going on with Rachel. I'm surprised she's not here. It makes me actually a little bit worried. I wonder if I should call her or something. If only I had two phones. Well, I may have to pause for a second to either text her or call her. Right. Well, when I'm on mushrooms too, I'm more like monologue kind of rant. Well, Best Western is consistently better than equivalently priced alternatives. It's better than, I can't remember what the freaking thing's called. Right now. It's got an 8 in it, like not super 8, but something like that. It's better than that place. It's better than Comfort Inn. It's better than Days Inn. Or it's on, and it's like they tend to be a little bit older, but they tend to be super clean. I prefer it over like Hampton Inn. I prefer it over. I stayed at a Holiday Inn Express last night, and that was very nice. That was fine, but this place is much nicer for cheaper too. Of course, I did splurge the $10 to get the king size room. I got a king size bed. As you see, I've got a throne over there I can sit on. Not going to sit on it, I'm sure. Well, you know what? Fuck it. I'm going to sit on it right now. Just so. Oh, it's so comfortable too. This is sort of the light you can expect at the Best Western. I can assure you, Holiday Inn Express did not have any chair remotely as comfortable as this. I didn't test any chairs out there, but I nevertheless assure you that there's no comparable chair at the Holiday Inn Express to this fabulous throne. Because look at this. It's got a rolling ottoman. So I can stretch out. Even a tall guy like me can stretch all the way out. And it's like this whole corner of the building is devoted to nothing but just me sitting here and looking at the room. Wow. I am really endowed with a palatial estate here. Look at these. Look at these big palatial drapes. It's a nice room, right? It's got this little table at the end. I don't know. See, it kind of just seems like something you bump your shins on, really, but it's good to put it there anyway. Oh, Ruben, could you text Rachel and see if she's okay and everything? I'm just a little surprised she's not here. Um, Last time I talked to her, I was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna stream in a bit," and she's like, "Oh, cool, I'll be in the stream." So I don't know. She's home alone. I can't call her myself right now because I'm on the live stream. Oh, that's fine. Not a big deal. It's just happening when you don't move the mouse for a long time. Yeah, that's a real shin bumper. But I can understand the appeal of it too. As you can see, I've got this filthy underwear here and these important cable ties. You never know when you're these. Let me just tell you, these zip ties were the unheralded hero of the whole packing operation. I got some super big fucking cable ties. They're like, I don't know, like 3 feet long or something. They're super big. And those things have been, those things were the difference between me successfully accomplishing the thing and not. Because with those, all of a sudden, look, the thing is, here's the deal with trying to pack up a big truck like that. If you want to get enough bungees to get everything, you're going to spend hundreds and hundreds of dollars on bungee cords. I was like, I don't want to spend all that money on bungee cords. Are you fucking kidding me? The thing is, again, TE Captain Hindsight to the rescue, right? Well, if I had thought ahead, I would have ordered them for cheap. Blah, 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 blah. Look, I didn't think I had TE, so go fuck yourself, all right? I tried to think ahead as much as I could about everything, but just fuck off. So, of course, I have to go to the local hardware store in Mariposa, which is like super expensive, and they've got super shitty selection of bungee cords. You cannot get a bungee cord there for less than $5 for one bungee cord. Ridiculous. So, obviously, if I need 100 bungee cords, I don't want to spend $500 on bungee cords. So, fuck it. I guess I'll just use rope, right? Okay, well, good. Rope is better than bungee cords in that it's a lot cheaper than bungee cords. And you get a long bit of rope for a little amount of money. But guess what? The problem with rope is rope isn't elastic, okay? It doesn't, it's really difficult to get it nice and tight, right? And you know, as soon as you start moving shit around, it's gonna come loose a bit. And you're gonna have to go fucking tighten it again or something. Well, what is the fantastic solution to that? Oh, hey there. It is indeed, Rich. I was a little worried about you because I've been streaming for a while now, and I just wondered where you were. So I asked Ruben to just check on you and make sure you're okay, since I can't really do it on my phone right now. You're not wrong, Pretty Cat. This is an excellent table. This is an excellent setup right here with this ottoman and this table. Maybe that's why they put it here. We could just rail up whatever here and just see you later. It's party time now. I was worried too. I didn't get a notification. I thought you were sleeping. Oh, well, I did. It did take me a couple of hours to actually get started on the live stream. Because the first while after I ate the mushrooms, as is usually the case when I'm too tired, running too much of a sleep deficit, and taking too much Adderall to try to cover that reality up, then the mushrooms make me go to sleep first. And that's what happened here. And also, I had to take like 2 showers, and it was all like, I felt all this weird, just horribleness. But then, as usual, most of the times when that happens, uh, eventually I come out of that process and I'm fine. Mushrooms knows best what I need to do to be on mushrooms. I only ate an eighth of them today too, because I was like kind of worried about that. I anticipated that this isn't gonna be a simple, easy, clean launch here. I'm not sure if I really want to eat eighth and a half like I normally do. Now I wish I had, of course, but the bad part would have been worse too. Yeah, mushrooms are really weird the way it's like, oh, you're not taking care of yourself? Well, I'm going to force you to. I'm going to force you to sleep / take care of yourself for an hour or two. It's like, when that happens, I don't have any choice. It's like, I have to just lie down. Oh my God. Oh, that's so horrible. And then passes and everything's fine. Like, mode select. All right, air conditioning, you win. I'm going to go ahead and turn you on. Earlier it was cold, but it's that part of the mushroom experience is in the past now. I think it might happen more often if I switch the orientation of my phone real quick before I send the message. But yeah, mushrooms are such a weird drug, man. They're the most incredibly magical, smartest, just like I always get a sense that the mushrooms are either giving me the thumbs up or giving me one of these. They've got a clear opinion about how things should be, how you're doing them, whether you're doing them right or not, whether it's a good time for you to be doing them, How are mushrooms guiding you right now? Well, I think the mushrooms agree with me that it's important for me to take them today. They also say, okay, well, obviously, we the mushrooms wish you had not taken 4 Adderalls today because you know that's just too much. And we don't approve. But we also understand that you're in the middle of some crazy shit. And if there's ever going to be a day when you do have a good justification for taking 4 Adderalls, it would be today or an equivalent day recently, you know? So, we accept that. We the mushrooms. However, we're still going to make you have pseudo sleep and horrible, nightmarish, fever dreamish, weird, like, like dark horribleness. And then you have to take a shower, and then more dark horribleness, then take another shower. And finally, you'll be ready. And I've said mushrooms, that's fair. It's a fair price to extract because, you know, obviously, I'm not trying to disrespect you, mushrooms, and it's also the case that when I'm too much and not in the right SI state for it, then I'm doing you a disservice. So I get that you extracted a certain toll. The upset. But you know the nice thing about mushrooms is they always want what's best for me. And generally they know what's best for me better than me. Did we sell the house? Not yet. We haven't put it on the market yet. We're gonna first, I tried Dexedrine a day after my first trip and got super paranoid for like the whole day. You just freak out every time you take mushrooms? Huh, well. Like, sometimes I might be very frustrated when I'm on mushrooms. Like, if I've made the mistake of having stuff to do still when I take it, so I have to figure out, like, today I was annoyed with myself because I did not get the phone on the Wi-Fi earlier. Even though it could not be any simpler, right? You just go to settings, push the Wi-Fi thing, and enter the password. But it's like I hate fucking pushing things on my phone. It's horrible. Like this is not a sane way to do anything. Push little things on a little teeny phone. It's ridiculous. So if we reproduce it and say, it is not a glitch on your phone. What you're seeing is YouTube's built-in auto-translation feature for live chat. So if we reproduce it and say, hi, show media. I don't understand what's going on here with this thing you're talking about. There, I said Jaja and it came out eggs. So you're not voice texting, you're text texting, and it's correcting you. Voice to text is yes, putty cat, I get it. I'm not telling her about that because that time for that was in the past. times a weird sensation hasn't killed me. So anyway, what was? Let me see here. Oh yeah, I have a lot of experience with frustrations with voice to text, right? Because voice to text, the thing about it, I talked to Claude and Jim and I both about it. The problem is that it's not trying to, like, enunciating more clearly won't help because it's not trying to hear and reproduce what you're saying. It's trying to determine what you must be saying. And the thing is, it does not know what I must be saying. I am not saying that. I am not saying eggs, right? I am definitely saying something else. And it's also not an enunciation problem, apparently. It's like, well, what am I supposed to do about it then? Well, you're going to have to type with your fingers. I want to hear by the end of this road trip which state vibed with you most energetically. Um, well, I'm not really vibing with the states. I'm just driving through them. I am fond of Nebraska here. It seems. Well, put it this way. I'm fond of right now in this hotel room. I do like this hotel room a lot. And probably that has something to do with me being on mushrooms. Which puts me in a much more positive state of mind than I would otherwise probably be. The thing about it is, well, it's something I wanted to start talking about a little bit earlier, but I didn't really finish my thoughts at all. It's it can be really a challenge to manage the following things that seem to be in conflict, right? Like in an ideal world, when you stop for the day, you're done with your driving and stuff, and you've got everything here. You worry about tomorrow, and you just relax and blah 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 blah. But the reality is, we're stuck in Rachel and I both are stuck in a process that won't be done until it's done. And so it's going to be difficult for us for me, let me just talk for myself here. It's going to be difficult for me to keep a positive attitude because it's not like I have a negative attitude. It's like I have just the normal attitude one would have when one's in the middle of a horrible process that one wants to be over, right? Like, okay, well, I got to do all this stuff. Let's just get it done. Except it stretches on for fucking months. So how are you supposed to, like, in an ideal world, you shift gears, no problem. You spend all day doing horrible shit and being dislodged from everything familiar before you have a new familiar, and then, oh, okay, well, put the workday behind me. I'm gonna now just relax and have a good time. But it's impossible to do that a lot of times because to relax and have a good time means, you know, uh, in like, well, what does that mean, right? It means doing what you normally do or something that you find relaxing or whatever, but all of your normal places and everything are all disrupted. Nothing's where it should be. And if you're doing a good enough job of moving, then during certain periods of the time, it has to occupy your attention enough that at any given moment you're like, oh wait, I can't forget about meow 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 meow. Make sure I do this. You can never turn it off because if you're not paying, if you're not keeping it in your mind and trying to attend to everything, then you will neglect things that are significant. But I know some people who daydream in third person about characters rather than themselves. I wonder if how people daydream can give some insights to their type. I don't do a ton of daydreaming anymore. Remember when I was younger, I'd imagine myself winning the lottery or something, or some other like scene where I've got to come save the day with my airkiness or something. But yeah, I don't think I really daydream anymore. By and large, I'm happiest when I'm not just lost in thoughts about whatever, you know. I'm well suited to be thinking about something specific that needs thinking, through, you know. Is daydreaming in the third person like talking in the third person? That's a good question. Second person daydreaming? I'm daydreaming that you're doing some exciting stuff right now. Oh, I bet you were wish you were. I bet you wish you were privy to my daydreams, because in my daydreams, you're living a phenomenal life right now. Just everything's going lights out for you. Wait a second, you can't daydream my life. Oh, try to stop me, motherfucker. I'm gonna daydream whoever I want. Alright? Ain't nobody gonna tell me who to daydream. Oh, I'm gonna only daydream yourself. Fuck that noise. Not only am I going to daydream you, but I'm also going to require you to adhere to the reality that I daydream. So, too bad. All right. I'm going outside, so obviously this is a major operation that requires many checkings, potentially getting of things, potentially forgetting of things. I have the keys, I have my cigarettes, I have a lighter. The question of, I don't think I really want to go smoke another joint, but if those people are gone, then I might want to pull some bombs. So I should have my regular keys. I've got my regular keys and my irregular keys. Who knows where my regular keys are? This is ridiculous. There's too many things to keep track of. Okay. You know what? I don't even want to find you right now, you fucks. Regular keys. Oh, here you are. Okay. Oh, both the keys are in here. All the keys are in there. All right. Well, we found the keys, everybody. So, call off the search party. Well, it's not just all of these keys, of course. There's also the hotel key, of which I have two for some reason. It doesn't matter if you're one person, they always give you two keys. Why? Why give me two keys? There's absolutely no reason for it. But every hotel does that. It doesn't matter if you're just one person. They'll still give you two keys. Inquiring minds want to know why. Well, maybe because some people like to have one for their wallet and one for their butt crack. I mean, there's no good reason to give everybody two keys. Even, okay, it's fine if Rachel and I are together for us to have two keys, but even then, it's really not necessary because we always are going to be going out of the hotel room together and coming back in together. Well, Rachel's not with me, Ruben. I'm just here by myself. Why do I need two keys? Like, I believe Rachel doesn't even have a key to the house now that I'm gone. That's okay. I'll bring it back with me. I'm not absconding with the key forever. If you trip and one flies into a furnace. Oh, right. That's why there are two hotel keys. Well, in this king room, I could conceivably build a fire. What? Am I not allowed to build a fire in here or something? God, you guys are Nazis. I don't see any rule that says you can't build a campfire in the room. You're just making up rules now after the fact. I mean, it looked to me like several people had probably built campfires in here before. I can assure you, sir, that that is not the case. I think I have everything I need. I could check a dozen more times, but I believe I have everything I need. Of course, trying to check to see if you got everything you need while I'm live streaming and talking to you makes it exponentially more difficult. Just could not. What was already a challenge. Determine all the things I need to bring with me. Make sure I have all of those things. Leave behind the things I don't need to bring with me. It's already a challenge. But when I'm talking to you guys about things that matter rather than which objects do I need to have? Physical objects. What objects we think are so cool? We have to go every place. You're not cool objects. You suck ass. I'm sorry. Not sorry. Okay? I'm sorry, not sorry. This is where I have to go. This hotel is super confusing as to where you come out of and where it's gonna be. I've never been in such a confusing place before. It's like, even when I come out of the elevator, it's like, wait a second, where am I? It's super strange. Well, apparently they designed casinos so that it's not clear where to go at any point, it, how to get over to that side from here, it's not intuitive, right? They purposely make it that way, apparently. Well, this place is like that on steroids. If I said to you, okay, come here, now I'm going to show you, now we're going to come here, now where do you think we're going to be? You would pick a totally different place than where we actually are. Just like it happens to me every time I come out of this building. Don't put your cigarettes in the flower pot. So the sign says there. Don't worry, Best Western. I would never do that to you. I like you a lot, Best Western. I'm glad I finally got to stay in the Best Western. You know, the issue with Best Western is, the reason I haven't stayed one here before, they don't necessarily have got, not something I ever thought about before, but I've determined this trip, they don't necessarily have got the best drive-through parking. This place does, but, and that's fine, Best Western. You don't need to be the best for trucks and trailers and stuff. It's just this time that I have any need of that. In the future, I don't plan on spending a lot of time in your hotels anyway, but I'm sure I'll be driving in a regular car if I do. So, it doesn't matter if you got like a tight parking lot, it'll be fine. I'll still come patronize you. But on this trip, gotta really prioritize, keep in mind at all times that you're driving this big ass fucking truck that has 11 feet clearance at the top, and you will run over some curbs with your trailer. It's unavoidable because it doesn't do sharp turns. Also, there is no backing up. You're going all the way across country, and just right off the bat you can know I'm never going to put this in reverse. I cannot put it in reverse because there's no fucking way that I could conceivably back up this whole thing with just me, right? If I had Rachel here to like stand back there, then maybe I could back up some, but even then it's like fucking impossible because the trailer goes the opposite direction, and you gotta have a lot of experience with those things to do that well. One thing that is actually quite a bit easier than I had thought that I could conceivably do. I could conceivably take the car off of the trailer and put it back on myself. Because there's a clear physical feeling when you go over the meow into the spot, and then the rest of it's pretty straightforward. I can just do that myself. I could pull the car off the trailer and try to get on there better, like more centered. I don't know how it got over to the one side of it, but what's crazy is I opened up the back of the truck today, and everything is rock fucking solid back there. Nothing's moved at all. I did an amazing job of battening everything down. I've driven all these different roads, sometimes bumpy things, up, down. Everything has not moved an inch. And to whom do I have to thank? Cable ties, because When you set the cable ties, the big ones, on the like connector things on the side of the truck where you can tie things to, um, well, then it makes it very easy to batten them down, right? Like now I'll cinch it by tightening this rather than trying to tighten the ropes. Because tightening ropes is tricky. You know, you're trying to tighten knots and things while they're still super taut, right? It's hard to do. But thanks to the magic of cable ties, slash zip ties, slash whatever you want to call them, that was a TE problem. Now that's a satisfying TE solution I had there. It wasn't satisfying at the time because it was just like, okay, thank God I came up with something. This whole process is fucking miserable. I can't believe how long it's taken. I can't believe I have to go back to the hardware store again. But that was a very satisfying TE solution. That was an excellent TE on my part there. Sure, what would have been better TE would have been to plan ahead and buy various connectors that I could have used at bulk cost and a reasonable price rather than spending God knows how much money at the fucking hardware store buying makeshift half-assery solutions. But I mean, you know, if I had to do it all over again, I would just forego the bungee cords entirely. Just have ropes and cable ties, the big cable ties, or varying sizes of cable ties. Because you know, you need the biggest ones because the thing is, all the things that you attach things to are on the side of the truck. So how are you going to attach something in the middle to the side, right? So you've got to, I mean, I, I'm sure somebody who knows how to pack well would look at my Frankensteining of the whole thing and just say, okay, bro, you obviously have no idea what you're doing at all. How could you possibly have used so many cords and ropes in such a haphazard mishmash fashion? But, you know, my goal was to have things not move around when I was driving. And I succeeded in that 100%. I'm shocked, frankly. I'm shocked that it worked. This shit has not moved an inch. Like, I opened the back and I tossed these two work gloves onto the top of my very firmly secured tool bag. One of the work gloves had fallen off of the bag. And that was the only thing that was dislodged at all. So, pretty cool. Hi, pigeons. That's cool you guys are up there. They put all these nets to try to prevent the pigeons from being there again. Not working one bit. We've definitely got a nest of pigeons up there, regardless of your nets. Hi, pigeons. If I had any food, I'd give it to you. There's a bunch of pigeons up there. There's a whole colony of them. Their nets are not doing any good at all. That net solution, that comprises bad tea. You know what would be best? Just let the pigeons be there. You don't need to stop them from being there. It's fine that they're there. So what? They shit on the bench a little bit. That's fine. Pick up all my cigarette trash. put it in the proper ashtray and not in their flower pot, which says, please do not put your cigarette butts in the flower pot. Put it in this ashtray that's right next to the flower pot. Apparently, they still have people with the ashtray right there want to put their cigarettes in the flower pot. This one, I guess a little bit more understandable because further away from the ashtray. But I cannot conceive of why anybody would put their cigarettes in there when there's this big ashtray right here. I wonder if I want to get some snacks or something. We've got some snacks and stuff for sale here. I don't have my wallet on me at the moment. I have to go to the room, but look at these various snacks. I could totally get some chips. Some chips and I don't know if I want any candy per se. I'm not opposed to eating a little candy. The weird thing is, I was so convinced that I had diabetes that I got tested for it. I went and got myself tested for it twice. And neither time do I have diabetes. The second time I got the full thing, and not only do I not have diabetes, but my insulin resistance score is fantastic. But at this point, I've like really gotten myself in the habit of not eating sugar because I have diabetes. Except, no matter how much you want to have diabetes, or you do not have it. And the other thing is, the symptoms that I was thinking were indicative of diabetes, they've kind of like just gone away. I mean, yeah, I have to get up and pee like once a night maybe. I don't know what was going on. There's a lot of stuff where your physical realities are impacted a lot by your mental and emotional stuff. Like, I've got more important things to worry about now, so I guess I just don't have those symptoms anymore. How is that supposed to work? It's not supposed to work, right? But it seems like it does. Yeah, let's go get some snacks. Let's do it. I came back up here to get my wallet so I could get some snacks. Right, that's a pretty tempting looking snack. Snack assembly, right? Yeah, probably. I don't even need to bring my wallet. I could just say, put it on my card. But maybe I do have to. You make a hole in the mattress and have a funnel tube reservoir. I thought you were thinking about maybe a way to make a, what do they call that? A rocket stove in here. I thought you were maybe building on my campfire idea. That would be. You can pee without getting up. You can pee without getting up, but I'm not going to do that. I think that the lady at the desk would be understandably alarmed if I said, do you have a rule against campfires? You invented the piss mattress, huh? Might as well just give yourself like a tube that goes to the side, right, and into a bucket or something. It's just probably best separated from the mattress a little bit. In the olden days, people used to have chamber pots. They just shit and piss in this bucket in their bedroom. And then in the morning, they just throw it out the window. What a fucking nightmare that must have been, huh? Too much friction with the tube, is what you're saying? Maybe you need a bigger tube. Well, then it's going to just fall right off. Okay, well, I think we can come up with a solution that's better than peeing in the mattress. Peeing in a hole in the mattress. So I think I may tonight. I'm not sure if I want to do that or not. Rachel said she packed me an olanzapine. I could take that, and it would probably, well, it definitely would make me sleep. But it's a tough call because is this even working or what? There we go. I guess it was just that temperature. It's bottle of olanzapine, yeah. So it does help me. It will definitely make me sleep, but it's also the case that next morning it takes me a while to wake up. You know, for a little while there, I thought, well, it seems like Rachel only packed me underwear and socks. It's because I've forgotten about the third bag. Got my red backpack has my laptops and tech stuff. The gray backpack has drugs, basically, plus whatever you put in the main part of it, which is like mostly socks and underwear. But there's the third bag. That's in the trunk of the car. I've not actually looked in that bag yet. I'm assuming there's things like pants in there. You need to stay put, Mr. Thing. All right, let's go get some snacks. I think we're equipped enough to go get some snacks. I don't think that's going to be too difficult for us. Maybe we'll go outside and have another cigarette first. Yeah. Wow, look at you packing all the parts of clothes, not just socks and underwear. You're such a good wife. You're such a wonderful lady. I love you so much. Well, you know, there's this weird, it seems like some people can do this no problem. But maybe it's just because we're in the middle of this move. It's like, feels like sometimes I'm so busy trying to solve problems that I barely have any time to appreciate you, you know? Or I think it's mostly just this process. We've been incredibly good teammates through this process. We've not lashed out at each other really at all. And I think that's powerful testimony to what a good couple we are. Even though this process is not one that either of us is natively good at all, nor is it the sort of thing that we find like fun. I don't know if anybody would find it fun, but maybe some people would. Oh God, you know what's the best? What? Moving. I love it. It is the most fun. So anyway, I was stuck in this one place for like 2 months. Then thank God it came time to move again. I got to pack up all my stuff, put it in a big truck. Oh, it was fantastic. Maybe there's some people who are like that. God, we've been here for like a month now. I've already unpacked all this stuff. I folded up all the cardboard boxes. I just can't wait to unfold them and start packing things in there again. Writing on it, like dishes. Carrying it to the truck. It's going to be wonderful. I'm sure there must be somebody in the world who really is into moving. It's not that I want to be in a different place. It's just I want to go through the process of moving. I mean, it's fine if we just move to like a next door or something. I just want to have to pack up all my shit. I want to rent a truck. I want to, handle logistics, tie things down with ropes. Like a couple months from now, I'm gonna be like, oh, Rachel, remember when we were moving? That was so great. I miss all the thrill and excitement of moving. The part I loved was how the further we got on the process, the fewer things we had that we needed. We need things, but we don't have those things anymore because they're packed now. You don't get a chair, motherfucker. Chairs are packed away, okay? So just no sitting. You stand until we move. Of course, we forgot critical things. Like, we brought God knows how many things we do not need or want, but we forgot the pots. I forgot that there's one particular pot that I definitely want to bring with us because it's a fancy, expensive Belgian pot that I got from my parents' house. But, not everything gets remembered. The thing is, I saw the lid to it. I was like, oh, I gotta remember to get the pot. And then I just forgot it. I just forgot it. Oh, sure, I remembered the belt sander. Definitely gonna need that. But it's never a good idea to get rid of tools. Like, I'm not talking about, like, if I had, like, a table saw or something, obviously, no. But plug-in, power tools. The thing about tools like that is, it's implicit to what they are, you are not going to anticipate what you need it for, right? Well, what am I going to need a belt sander for? Well, that's the whole point of having a belt sander is you don't know what you're going to need a belt sander for. One of these days, I'm going to have to do something and be like, oh, fuck, I wish I had that belt sander now. I could not have conceived that this is the thing I'm going to need a belt sander for, but here I am. Like, I don't know what I'm going to need an angle grinder for either, but I guarantee the belt sander is a little more of a borderline one, but the angle grinder, I guarantee you, I will have plenty of occasions where I need an angle grinder. Not a ton, but there are just some things where you just need to cut something or whatever, and yeah, the weird thing about tools is trying to do a job without the right tool is like insanely difficult. And trying to do a job with the right tool is insanely easy. I had two circular saws because I had this one circular saw that I could not take the blade off of it to save my fucking life. I think I was turning in the wrong direction for a long time. And then at that point, it's like I just couldn't get it off. So I got a different circular saw. And when I went to cut some trash in half to make it easier for the dump run, I first tried to use the wrong circular saw, and it was like, oh God, this is so difficult to cut through this thing. God. And I was like, oh, this is the wrong circular saw. This one's going to the dump. And I got the right circular saw, and just like, pew! Cut it right in half, no problem. Took 5 fucking seconds. But you know, it's like, if you're like me, you come across some stupid fucking non-standard head screw, right? Like, just make them Phillips heads, okay? I don't want your little stars and your fucking curly Q thing or whatever. Just fuck off with all those extra things. Just make them all regular Phillips heads. You know? Is that too much to ask? Well, apparently it is. So you'll come across these weird fucking wrong kind of screws. And then if you're like me, you're like, well, I have this kind of screwdriver. Let me see if I can put it in there and make it come out. It's very difficult. But now I have all the different kinds of bits. I have all the kinds of bits, so it doesn't matter what your fucking stupid screw head is. I'm going to be able to unscrew you anyway, motherfuckers. You know what I hate most of all, though? Is when things have terrible design so that you have to unscrew a screw in a spot where you have to have a teeny little screwdriver because there's not enough. I encountered a little bit of this with a big TV. Like, just stop with this already. Make it so it's easy to get your screwdriver in there. Alright, I'm buying some snacks now. I don't care what any of you say. I'm getting some Doritos. And, you know, maybe I'll try some of these. Oh, these are best used by August 31st. That's pretty soon. What about these ones? They don't have a due date on them, so they're good forever. What's the date on this one? November. That's much better than August 31st. I think I'm going to get one of these cheddar and sour creams too. October looks fine. I could do something a little more healthy, like this candy, what is this, granola bar. I had lunch a long time ago. So I could even conceivably, I don't know if I want to get one of these. Do I want to get one of these things? Beef stick? I'm going to pass on the beef stick. Do I want any beverages? Oh, they got iced tea. They have unsweetened? They do have unsweetened. I hate sweet tea. And I've always hated sweet tea. Nothing to do with diabetes at all. Alright. Let me deal with this. Hi, I'd like to get these.
Okay, did you want to pay cash or charge it?
Charge it.
Okay.
And when they're card again, and charge it around.
What room were you in?
I am in round 213. Yes, 213.
And you paid by card, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you want me to just charge it to the room?
Yeah. Thank you. So I've got iced tea, bag of Doritos, bag of Ruffles, and a granola bar.
Okay.
All right, cool. Thanks.
You have a good night.
You too. All right. So I've got my snacks. Yeah, sweet tea is way too sweet. It's like, it defeats the whole point of iced tea, right? Iced tea is supposed to be like a beverage that's close to water. Very thirst quenching. Not it's the non-sugary alternative to getting a Coke or something, right? That's the whole point of iced tea. Sweet tea is just an abomination. It's an abomination that does not understand the point of iced tea at all. Well, I'd say I had a kind of crazy drink the other day at Starbucks. It was called, I don't know what it was called, but it had matcha in it, and it's like, but it tasted like orange Julius. If you ever had orange Julius before, they don't have orange Juliuses anymore, but they used to. When I was a kid, they had orange Juliuses around. It was like they have its own store just serving orange Julius as the mall. It was quite good. I've got a lot of things in my hands. I've got a lot of things in my hand. Okay, let's put some things down. Now, I've got to say I'm getting more used to and learning the ways of this tripod a little bit better. So it's better than I thought it was, but I still need to get a new tripod. I need to get, this time when I get a tripod, I want to get, I don't know if they have it, but an extra tall one. Because this one is fine-ish, I guess, but it's ourselves. And I keep saying, like, oh, I'm 6'4.5", but I'm a solid 6'5", a little bit more maybe even. Well, at McDonald's today, show media, they had lemonade plus iced tea, or lemonade plus sweet tea. Why would you get lemonade and sweet tea? Lemonade already has the sweetness in it. And sweet tea doesn't make any sense, but what really makes no sense is lemonade plus sweet tea. That makes no sense at all. But I think I'm going to do something a little bit smart right now. I'm going to plug in my phone. No, it isn't Arnold Palmer, Arnold Palmer, but I don't mind them not calling it that because it's hard to say. Like the Palmer family obviously needed to give a little bit of thought before they named their child Arnold. Arnold Palmer. What a horrible name. How long must it have taken him to say his own name as a child? You don't want to throw your taste buds that kind of a curveball home. That's a real mouthful. You know, when I was a kid, I couldn't say my name. I said my name was Alex Strauss. Dunkin' Donuts stopped giving lemons for iced tea. Well, I'm kind of split on the lemon and iced tea thing. I don't mind a little squeeze of lemon, but I don't think I actually like a piece of lemon in there. It's like, I don't want your gross little piece of lemon at you. Who knows? Who knows what you did with this piece of lemon before you put it in my drink? Small baggy chips are one of life's delights. I didn't realize how hungry I was either. I'm gonna have this granola bar now. And look, this is a good kind of granola bar. It's got this white stuff on the bottom. Mostly just a candy bar. Yeah. This granola bar is everything you imagine it to be. You know, reassurance of going to New York, not like Harry and Meghan going back to Great Britain. We're not like Harry and Meghan at all, Rachel. Oh, yogurt on the bottom, huh? I don't know what universe the granola bar people are coming from, but that's not yogurt. Yogurt requires refrigeration, it's soft. Oh, we're 1,000,000,000% making the absolute right decision. And for all the right reasons, too. Really? That's a line from the movie Next Friday? yogurt. That's not yogurt. I don't know what it is, but it's delicious, but it's not yogurt. Mm. I'm not sure if I've ever seen Next Friday. I did see the first one. I remember enjoying it. I don't remember much of anything about it. But I think I might have seen it in the movie theater. It starred Ice Cube. What do you mean? It wasn't about a granola bar? I was imagining this whole time that it was also about granola bars. I was like, oh, really? That movie? They're like, oh, I got the granola bar with the yogurt on the bottom of it. And somebody's like, that's not yogurt. Well, that's fine. I just think I like to imagine it my way. But of course, I guess you could imagine a scenario in that movie where they are having a granola bar, but it seems a little bit unlikely now that I think about it. I mean, somebody should put that in the movie, though, for sure. Somebody should have some characters. One of them is like, "Hey, bro, look, I got the granola bars with the yogurt on the bottom." And the other person's like, "Yogurt?" And he opens up, "Yeah, this stuff right here, that's not yogurt." I don't know what that is, but it is not yogurt. That could be the whole movie. In fact, it's just them having a granola bar together. I mean, who do the granola bar people think they're fooling, claiming that that white stuff on the bottom is yogurt? Oh yeah, we're gonna go back outside for another cigarette soon enough. As usual, I'm very glad I took mushrooms. It was a little rough there at the outset. It was a rough come up, let me tell you. But that's what I get for being so just too much. Too much Adderall, too little sleep. Well, it's so weird though also, like, the way that state of being affected me, say, a year ago was so much worse than it is now. I just have to get a little bit of extra sleep and then, okay, now I'm back to feeling more or less like myself again, blah, blah, blah. But if I want to get out of the like, let's solve these problems and get this shit done mode, then mushrooms are here to save the day. I only ate an eighth of them today too, which is barely any mushrooms. granola bars, all trying to be like, oh, we're healthy. No, no, it's not candy on the bottom, it's yogurt. Where do you get off, granola bar company? Oh, so healthy. Got rolled oats. That's just a candy bar hiding under a granola bar's costume. I'm not saying change your ways, granola bar. I'm saying you don't have to lie to people about it. You don't have to try to trick them into thinking it's healthy. You tell them it's not healthy. The stuff on the bottom is not yogurt, it's candy. Double chipping is right. I haven't even opened the other bag of chips I have. I got sour cream and onion. I'm sorry, cheddar and sour cream. Yeah. It's a flavor I'm quite fond of. The cheddar and sour cream. I think the chips are really good. I'm also obviously a big fan of red Doritos. Cool Ranch are fine too, but they're not as good as the regular red ones. But don't fall victim to taco flavor. So Doritos now also come in this so-called taco flavor. Bags look kind of like a red Doritos. It's not the same thing at all, let me tell you. Don't be fooled into getting their taco flavor. Oh, there it is. Look at this. Phone charger is not only found, but it was already plugged into the wall and everything. I'm going to plug it in over here, though. This, like the last hotel room I stayed in, it was from a time just before USBs come at the bedside here. So they thought they were being super slick with their 3-hole plug here. But then if they had just waited like 2 years, if they had just waited like 2 years, they would have had a USB thing. But they didn't wait, and now look at them. They just have a regular 3-hole plug. That's fine though. That's good enough. Yeah, how's Acacia doing? I haven't heard from her or about her in a long time. Fritos are good. Fritos corn chips are good. And I would get them, except I can't get near them because I've got so much corn repellent on. Fritos are really a remarkable chip. First of all, they're so dense, right? That's why you get these small bags and it's just this dense bag of corn chips, right? But the cool thing about them is they're flammable and they will hold a flame. So like if if you light a Frito on one end, it will have a you have a little candle to go for quite a while, and you can move fire around with a Frito. It's remarkably uh, useful, like survival item. If you have corn chips, you can move fire, like take fire from one place to another place with just a couple of corn chips, because apparently it lasts quite a long time if you light it on fire. The corn chip smell is a giveaway that one will need a very expensive implant for their ferret. Really? Well, sorry to hear about that. Adrenal. I mean, in general, you got to think. I don't want to speak for her, and I'm about to do some laps as penance because I'm probably going to get some food from a burger place after. Oh, that's another good plan. I don't know why you got to do penance laps first. You just go ahead and have that burger and not worry about it. People light potato chip bags on fire to cause the fires. An old arsonist trick, huh? I don't think potato chips necessarily burn that well. Fritos, though, they're even like curved as little like candle little cup thing. Really? Wow. That is shocking news, Ruben. That is absolutely shocking. I I guess the all the evidence I needed was right in front of my face, but wow. I hope you're doing okay, Ruben. That's a real shocker. Um, I think I'm assuming those people aren't documenting. No, they totally are still there. I'm gonna be like, oh well, I'm assuming those people that were like at the table behind my car. I'm assuming they must not be there. Uh, they must not be there anymore. Not only are they still there, it seems like they're like setting up a campsite or something. So I guess I'll just go pull bongers anyway, maybe. But I don't know. I mean, I think they're Mexican, so they're not gonna really care. I could just go. Wow, that's the other problem is if I go over there, I won't have any internet because the Wi-Fi doesn't go all the way over there. been occupied down here. By down here, you mean Texas? Down here in Texas? You are the bottom part of Texas, too. That's where San Antonio is, right? I kind of deal with SE guilt a bit, so this helps me relax too. SE guilt, about the genitals of Texas, huh? Well, I really found it revelatory to me the way at the end of the process, nothing happened to her. Everything's fine. Not here. YT sometimes rolls out features to selective user groups. Apparently, they kind of forcing randoms to beta test. Huh. Well, G, let me tell you something. You're getting your wish. Look what I'm doing. I'm horizontal live streaming. Yeah, I heard about her cat's dying. And pet deaths are, depending on the pet and the death, but, they can be absolutely brutal. I will type in a Spanish word or two. Biblioteca donde está muy alama Stephanie. Oh yeah. There's nothing to be said. There's no meaning making that can help with that at all, because that's the beautiful thing about pets, right? It's like the relationship with them is not complicated. And so accordingly, all right, so you're a translator icon. Well, good for you, G. I'm so glad that you're a translator. I'm wondering though, I do not understand. Um, like last month, YouTube paid me over $300 for some reason, and I don't remember anybody coming and dropping big bills on me or anything. That could explain it. But even if that were the explanation, it'd have to have dropped like $500 or something, because YouTube takes its cut. So I'm just wondering about it, because it's like, if I did probably less content. Well, yeah, I mean, maybe I did 100 conceivably last month. That's possible, but I mean, I generally know what it looks like when oh, cool, I got $200 this month because of Ike, right? This seems like more than that. Like, I don't, because I usually I can remember those instances. Like, okay, I know what this is from. I came in and dropped bills. In this instance, I don't remember that happening, and also I wasn't doing a lot of live streaming or anything. I've been super busy. Yeah, you know, I can get kind of frustrated with our cats sometimes, but they're they really round out the family, you know. Me and Rachel and the cats is a household family. Obviously, we've got family that doesn't live in our household, but I talk to Rachel on the phone multiple times a day, and and she always lets me know how the cats are doing. Obviously, Trouble, he's such a character. While they are often enough annoying to me, our life would be vastly poorer without them. Alright, well, I don't need these keys, so I'm not going out to the truck. I'm going to go have a cigarette, though. So, I've got my key here. Got my cigarettes, I got a lighter, I got my iced tea. I don't really need anything else. I got my glasses. I don't think I really need anything else. I was going to smoke a joint outside, but... Alright, you be back whenever you want, Ruben. You can take as many minutes as you like. Oh, you don't miss the end of the stream. I'm not that close to wrapping it up at all. You know, I feel so awake and fine right now. It's crazy how much variation. It's kind of just crazy how your body recovers with a little bit of rest. Like, my general thought of, okay, well, I've got to run this big sleep deficit and then catch it all up at the end is silly. I've been catching up partial catch ups all the time, and I don't even need to catch up exactly. I just have to. I can think about it on a much smaller level. Like, okay, I just need to take a little nap here, and I'll be recovered somewhat. This happened today. Yeah, Trouble. I feel sad for him, but you know, I'll be back soon enough, and he could also try to be a little bit less of a pain in the ass, probably. But I get it. He's sad and he's feeling anxiety because he's smart. You know, he knows he's not fooled by anything. Like Capito will be kind of like lulled into a sense of new normalcy while I'm gone. Trouble is not going to. He's been displeased with this whole move process from the outside. Yeah, I don't think Capito misses me that much. I think the only reason Capito prefers me at all is because Rachel pets her too hard. That's what I think, you know. But Rachel likes to really give thorough pettings to the cats. She likes to just pet the living fuck out of them. Caprio is, she is persistent in the way that she, like, keep kicking her down from the same place. She just keep coming back there. As I'm not paying attention. All of a sudden, I'm petting her again. You know, it's weird how for even now, I never even think about it really, but I guess nobody really rolls a joint and smokes it with me. Like, generally people who have joints that are probably pre-rolled. But I never thought about when I was younger, like how gross it is that somebody's spit is on this thing. I'm smoking it. I just never even thought about it. People go, I put their spit all over it. It's so gross. Never even crossed my mind that that was weird or anything. It's just, I guess, because it was normalized from the outset. I just never thought about it. Tuck that in there. That'll be a fine place. That'll stay relatively like structurally sound that way. Okay. You know how weird it is that when I was a kid, all this stuff they said about smoking weed and how terrible it was and how it's gonna make you stupid and all these other things. And it's complete bullshit. There's always complete bullshit. So just like, what are those people thinking? They had absolutely no reason to believe the things they were saying, and just said it with utmost conviction. And for God knows what conceivable reason, they were so invested about this thing being bad, you know? Like, obviously, the people who think it's so terrible are not people who actually had any experience with it, or very much anyway. But I think it's just absolutely wonderful that that study came out. So the only study that actually studied a whole generation's worth of people from in their late teens, early 20s, all the way through my age now, or older, and they determined not only does it not correlate with increased cognitive decline, the exact opposite. It correlates with decreased cognitive decline. How crazy is that, right? So these people were pitching this narrative about it having negative impacts on your brain and cognition. And not only was it totally unfounded and based on nothing, but it turns out the exact opposite is true. Crazy. I mean, there's plenty of explanations that might make sense as to why that happened. And if you're trying to explain why it happened in general, what is going on? person jogging with some lights on them. Okay. Lady, where you are currently jogging, there is zero chance of any cars possibly hitting. So I don't know why you got those crazy lights on. I do not understand what is going on back there with the car though. Like those people, they appear to be setting up a campsite over there by that little table. I don't know if they have a room at the next door to this. Uh, it's owned by the Best Western, but it's not actually a Best Western like Best Western extended stay or something like that. It's like the shittier one. Like I don't know why you need to have two tiers of Best Western right next to each other when this one is already only $129. It's weird how certain things, cost of living is just skyrocketed in an insane amount, and other things are still quite affordable. Like the amount, $129 for this room for the night. That's a very fair price for what I'm getting. You know, a nice big room with a shower and a bed. Wi-Fi, TV, all that stuff for a night. That's a reasonable enough price. Contrast that when I went across the street, had a burger at the gastropub by myself, and spent $40 on dinner. Food is one of those things where prices have skyrocketed. But in general, everything's so expensive now. It'll help moving away from Mariposa where things are extra expensive because we're isolated in the woods. You know, like if you have to buy things in town, well, you're going to pay a premium for them. What's a little alarming slash depressing is that the price of labor has not gone up very much at all. So, you know, I could hire a couple of guys for a full day for like $250 or something. Well, everybody should have listened to me about COVID. I warned everybody that the inflationary crunch was going to be brutal. And it absolutely was. I explained the exact mechanism by which it would occur. Nobody listened to me. You know, they're suffering more than I am. So maybe in a sane world, people would do sane things and listen to Eric. But I guess that's not the world we get to live in. Instead, everything relentlessly moves towards what is most efficient. But not with COVID. I wish it had been like that with COVID, right? There's nothing efficient at all about the global response to COVID. It was wildly ill-advised, incredibly inefficient, destructive of the engine of our solvency, right? And completely batshit insane. Like putting up these fucking things between the cashier and the person buying something so that both people had to lean around the thing to do anything. Or putting a piece of plastic on top of the number pad. I mean, what in the world is anybody, what were they thinking when they said, oh, I'm going to put another piece of plastic on top of the number pad? Okay, well, now instead of the number pad getting finger touches on it, it's just going to get on this piece of plastic that makes it harder to push the numbers. So you have to put your finger on it even more. It's just people virtue signaling. Oh. I watched an interesting video, I think it was last night, about this hedge fund called, I don't know what it's called, something like situational awareness. That's what it's called. Situational awareness. And it's got this wunderkind of the AI world in charge of it. And he's leveraged to the fucking hill, you know. But he initially achieved insane returns because he bet big on Anthropic before anybody had heard of it. Anthropic went wild, of course, they were responsible for Claude. But he also had bought a bunch of other AI stuff. They all fucking started tanking, except for like the core ones like Anthropic. And but he had been, he was heavily leveraged, so the interesting thing that happened was this. When all the AI stuff started tanking, along with it, Intel shares dropped. But that was really strange because Intel just posted positive earning report. They had done better than predictions. Everything was looking A-okay for them, right? And then all of a sudden, but their shares started dropping anyway. Well, the reason is because he was so leveraged. The only thing that he could sell enough of to, because you know, if you leverage too much, then the banks make you sell some of your stocks to keep a certain amount of margin, right? But for these big hedge funds, if they need to unload a shit ton of a certain amount of stock, well, there may not be enough buyers for it, right? Unless and if they try to sell too much, they will plummet the share value. So he had to sell so much Intel that it dropped the share price, even though it should have gone up because of their recent report. That's what cued people into what was going on. And in the end, another hedge fund came in and bought a bunch of shit at a reduced cost. There's another hedge fund guy, that's what he does, right? Is like, he finds these, overly ambitious, wunderkind kind of hedge funds, waits for it to run into this leverage trap, and then buys up a bunch of their stocks at a discounted rate. But when huge hedge funds control so much of a given stock total market share, then when the shit goes south, they have, like, they can't find buyers for it. The only other entities that can buy such quantities of stuff are other big hedge funds. And the thing is, the banks are like, okay, well, we by letting you buy all this stuff on margin, we are essentially loaning you all that money, right? So when shit starts going south, we want to make sure you still sell. So we're going to force you to sell a bunch of stock, right? I don't understand why people would invest on margin like that. It's just, I guess I understand why, but it's too risk. It's too feast or famine. Everyone's all like, yeah, this fund's the best as long as everything keeps going up. As soon as it takes a fucking turn south, it lost, like, this guy's hedge fund lost something like 30 to 40 billion dollars worth of value in like a couple of days. He had to write a letter to all of his investors saying, so we've had a bit of a bad week, but despite all of that, it turns out the fund overall was still up 86% on the year. So maybe they went out of shit. I mean, it was posting ridiculous numbers like 1,200% gains over the last year going into this. The reason those numbers look so big, of course, is in part because of all the margin buying. I'm not somebody who cares very much about investing. Don't think about it. Uh, you know, our portfolio is managed by this guy, Ron Yee. I, I let him do his job and not think about it. But I think it's all interesting when something like that happens. Financial markets are interesting beasts. They're very much like, they invite a lot of analysis and such. What does that sound? Oh, it's the flagpole. This thing keeps going out. This is why I don't like smoky joints. One of the many reasons why I don't like smoky joints. You gotta constantly relight it, and it gets resin on your lips. I mean, so does bong ribs, but I don't know. I don't mind smoking joints, but it's just a. It seems better to smoke bong ribs. Nice little bits of grass, a nice flower pot, got their flags and everything. Best Western. This is exactly what you can expect and will get when you come to a Best Western. Little details like this nice little flower pot with a sign. And yeah, maybe they're not the best at keeping pigeons away. But they're at least going to put a show of a net there to maybe dissuade them. And what more can you ask for from a motel than that? They've even got a courtesy shuttle? What? Well, if I ever need to be shuttled someplace, I'm sure they will very courteously shuttle me. Of course, they're not going to have much of an opportunity to do that because I'm going to be leaving bright and early in the morning. Bright and early, let me tell you. I'm going to sail right through Des Moines, which is where I'm scheduled to stop tomorrow night. Get another couple hundred miles after that, too. And we are not going to have that extra day, Claude. I don't care what you say. I know you're worried about me tackling the New York part when I'm tired. Well, I'm going to take care of that this way instead. This is a much better way to take care of it. This way, when I wake up on the day that I'm supposed to go just a little bit of distance, then stop again, because I should take the last 100 miles into New York fresh or something. Well, that's how it'll end up playing out. Just without that extra day. Because I can go further than it says, and I can drive a little bit longer. Most importantly, I'm not traveling at 65 miles an hour as I said I would. I'm traveling most of the time at a steady 80. I also thought, like, oh, you can't safely go that fast with all this shit, this big truck and trailer. No, that's fine. As long as the road's nice and straight and it's highway, it's fine. Obviously, you gotta slow down a lot when things get curvy. And I'm very careful about that. But in general, I've been very careful with the truck and the trailer. I am concerned about the off-centerness of the car on the trailer. I could conceivably fix that myself, but I guess in the dream world I'd have a second person to tell me stop. But I can tell. I've dealt with it enough times now. Clear feeling when you go over the thing. I think it'll be fine. I could also stop, get out, look, come back in, make sure. I think I will fix where the car is. Okay. I'm pretty sure it wasn't like that when I left Nebraska. But I don't really know for sure. It's not like I have it like not locked in properly. I mean, it's definitely cinched in there real good. But That doesn't mean it can't slide from side to side a little bit. In fact, these strap things on it, they've got a component that does slide from side to side, presumably to give it a little bit of play. But regardless of how it happened, my car slid all the way over to one side. And I don't think that's how it's supposed to be. In fact, I know that's not how it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be in the middle. So, I don't know how long I've been driving like that for either. It did feel, see, I wasn't sure what to make of it. I felt it pulling to one side once today. But then, at other times, it seemed to be pulling to the other side, so I wasn't sure what to make of that. I have seen, like, almost zero cops the whole time I've been driving. Today, I saw one person, finally, deep into Nebraska, I saw somebody pulled over on the side of the road. The cop had pulled somebody over. But basically, I've seen zero cops. And the speed limit's been 80 almost the entire way. So, I understand why you wouldn't need a lot of cops when the speed limit's a reasonable number. Also, I suspect that states like Wyoming, they probably don't. They're not particularly into busting people for traffic stuff. Nebraska is a little more populated than Wyoming. Wyoming is shockingly unpopulated. Just can you? I could not imagine that I could go anywhere in the United States and literally drive for hundreds of miles and there'd be no cities on either side of the road. Maybe an occasional gas station, right? Like, or a little enclave of like a few buildings and a gas station. But from from Rock Springs to all the way to fucking Laramie, there's nothing. There's nothing. And I guess, was that where I last spent the night? Was Rock Springs? So I go all the way from Rock Springs to here. I wonder how many miles it is to get from Rock Springs to here. I think that's what happened. Alright, let's see if I can look out the back door here and show you this insanity to the back of the truck where these people are apparently camping there. Yeah, I can find my way. It's amazing. Well, we got like a vehicle parked back there. It doesn't seem as lively as it did earlier. Maybe they went inside. But they were having themselves quite a little party back there. There's also, you can't really see them. It's that truck behind my car. But this reminds me, Nebraska at this point here, reminds me of Iowa. I've been to Iowa in the summertime for a nationals debate tournament, and I went to Des Moines specifically. And this reminds me very much of Iowa. It's got that middle America kind of, well, one thing that's so different than California is there's so much water. there's a little lake right back over there. You know, as I drove down off the highway, I turned left to get down here to Grand Lake or Grand Island, and I passed multiple rivers on the way over here. One of them, in a very picturesque fashion, had a guy in a canoe, like paddling up it, maybe to go fishing. I'm not sure. So much water, and that's why it's got this whole Middle America, Iowa summertime feel with all the bugs and just the smell of plants and stuff, you know. California is not like this at all. And that's one of the great things I've noticed as I've stayed at these hotels is, oh, thank God, finally somebody has some water pressure. The water pressure in the shower up here is astonishing. Like, I could scour acoustic tiling with it. It's crazy. And you know, I just luxuriated and sat in the shower for a long time. In California, I generally feel a little guilty about that. I mean, I wouldn't feel too guilty because I take showers infrequently. So, if you only take a shower once a week, then take as long shower as you want. Of course, once I woke up from my convalescence, started doing a lot more stuff, like actually physical stuff, then I had to shower a lot more often because I was actually getting dirty and sweaty and stuff. In general, I prefer to not go to sleep if I have sweat much at all during the day until I take a shower. I make exceptions for that sometimes. Like one of those days after I was done living the truck all day, I was so exhausted. It was I was sleeping upstairs in the bedroom with Rachel up there because the bed from downstairs was gone. I just said, I'm just gonna get into bed. I'm not even gonna take a shower. And I did, and I slept just fine. Because sorry, not sorry, but I'm sorry. Isn't Wyoming one of the least populated states? Maybe it is. I thought it was Montana that was super not populated, but maybe it's Wyoming. Like, I think it's Laramie that has the University of Wyoming. The crazy thing is, like, the biggest cities in Wyoming, as far as I could tell, are like Cheyenne and Laramie. Laramie is like 2 exits on the highway, right? Maybe 3. And maybe Cheyenne is 3 or 4 exits, maybe. they're not populated places, even the biggest places in the state. So I don't know. I had no idea it was that unpopulated. Rock Springs is nice. It's a nice place. It's kind of what I imagined, you know. I imagined it being this kind of like bougie Wyoming town, but it's actually not that bougie, but it's a nice place. It's a little more like working class rancher, like, you know, rich blue collar people. It is shocking how empty and large the states are. America has tons of large empty spaces. And I think it's great that we preserve those spaces as well. I'm not a big fan of the federal government in general, but I am a big fan of the Bureau of Land Management, you know, the national parks, national monuments, all that stuff. I'm a big fan of all that stuff. Not because I want to go do anything in those places, but because it's very important that empty places that are just nature just be left to be that, you know? And now people create content about why people don't live in those large empty states. Well, for some of them, like Idaho, for example, most of the land in the state is federal. So it's actually quite expensive to live in Idaho. Property there is pricey because even though you might think, oh, Idaho is this big state, lots of places you could go. Actually, most of the places in Idaho are owned by the federal government. And that's the case with a lot of this empty land, you know, it's BLM stuff. A lot of it in California, a lot of it in all over the West. Less so when you get further east, but medical care is shitty there too. Trump, Melania, and Barron all born near the dog in the Chinese zodiac. Medical care is shitty in the year of the dog. I'm a Gemini rising, you're a Gemini sun. Eric is a Gemini moon. Put us all together, we got a moon sunrise. You did your penance laps, huh? I ordered a little whoppy off the BK app. You can make them make it fresh by selecting hot off the broiler. How? What do they give you in the alternative? They just give you some old stale burger that's like, well, I didn't put that, so just give them this old one here from been sitting on the side for a while now, but it's fine. Just give it to them. Someone's got to eat it. Hot off the broiler. Well, I usually give you a stale one from earlier. Well, I mean, it doesn't seem like the sort of thing you have to opt in on, right? Would you like your food cooked today? If you don't opt in, we may or may not cook your burger. Oh, Burger King. Whoever, I'm shocked, Ruben. I don't ever think of anybody ever going to Burger King. I mean, the problem with Burger King is there's only one thing that they do best, and it's a sandwich that they usually don't have. They have this delicious chicken parmesan sandwich, but they usually don't have it. It's like one of those special things, I guess, that comes around every once in a while. Like, you know, it used to be that way, maybe still is with McRibs. You can also force any of those burger places to make it fresh by selecting no salt or low salt. Okay, but let me ask you this, Ruben. Could I tell the difference, really, if they made it right then, if they gave me a stale one? I don't think I could really tell the difference. I mean, sometimes I can notice when sometimes the patty's more dry. The McDonald's, I'm thinking about McDonald's specifically, and sometimes it's more juicy. Maybe when it's more dry, that means they gave me a stale one. Well, I don't know. I'm not looking for some sort of culinary experience when I get fast food. I'm just trying to get something to shove down my gullet, you know? I thought it was interesting. The last time I went to the taco truck in Mariposa, um, which we've been patronizing a ton because, you know, we keep going into town for various things for the move, and then while we're there, might as well get the taco truck. Well, the guy who was always at the window is a very nice guy, got great FE, and always happy to see him. Well, he wasn't there last time. Maybe he was sick, maybe he had something to do that day, who knows. But the cook guy took my order and then also gave it to me. Normally, the window guy takes my order, the cook guy gives me the order. So I think maybe it was a sign from the universe that it's okay. You can say goodbye to the taco truck now. Yes, their food is absolutely delicious, but they're not the only people in the world who can make delicious food. Granted, there is no way in hell I'm going to find a taco truck in New York that's as good as this taco truck. I I can't. I don't think I've ever been to any taco truck in my entire life as good as this taco truck. It is absolutely phenomenal. It's called Birria Michoacan. Birria is like they have it at Chipotle kind of. They have something kind of like it, which is like this shredded beef with some juice on it. But the birria they serve at this taco truck is spectacular. All of their meats are spectacular. I go through different meats. I get the chicken. It's great. And they each have a different flavor to them. I think they put like a different sauce depending on what meat you have. The asada, I was on a bit of an asada kick for a while because it is super creamy. It's always so delicious. I mean, you've never encountered a taco truck as good as this taco truck. It is spectacular. Right. It's I can't I wish I could convey to you by putting some of the food in your mouth so you would taste it and realize how great this taco truck is. Rachel and I eat there all the time. We never get sick of it. The other thing that's good though, we sometimes switch up to, there's a place called Shortstop Sandwiches. That guy makes great sandwiches. So sometimes we'll get that, but even if we get that, we usually also get the taco truck. We get like sandwich for lunch, or actually sandwich for dinner, usually maybe taco truck for lunch. But you know what? The good news is, number one, we're going to be settling into a new home where we can cook at home, where we'll have gas to use. We've been trying not to use any propane for the last couple of months, which means, of course, no cooking on the stove. So, for the last couple of months, I've done exciting things like cook pasta in the microwave. You know, you can do that. You can. You can also cook rice in the microwave. But that's not my preferred way to cook things at all. So accordingly, well, it's 11:11. All right, because yeah, my clock says 9:11 on California time. I'm 2 time zones already. Kind of crazy how quickly I'm making my way across the country. I mean, I know I've got, I guess, more than half of it to go. It seems like Nebraska is kind of over here compared to there's a fair amount over here still to go. Iowa, it's like I don't even think of Iowa as being to the right of Nebraska. Well, I guess it must be. Well, I think after Iowa, I go through Illinois, I believe. I could look at the brown thing and tell me exactly where I'm supposed to be. You're already my wish granted, Rachel. Thanks, Mrs. Mom. I mean, I think I've done a pretty great job, but it's also one of those things where when the buck stops with you, it doesn't matter if you've done a great job. What matters is you didn't overlook anything substantial, you know? And that's the horrible thing about this whole TESE shit. It's like the only thing that matters is actual measurable outcomes, whether or not I've failed to account for something significant that comes bites us in the ass later. But the other thing about TE stuff is it's always just that, right? It's like, okay, well, I sure do wish I had thought of meow before I did meow. Gosh, if I had to do this over again, I'd be much more efficient in doing meow. T is just a bunch of Captain Hindsight, you know, telling me you should have done this differently. I'm getting tired. That's a good thing. I do need to go to bed after all. 11:11 already. Because of this time zone thing, it gets later faster than I think. Captain Hindsight versus Captain Foreskin. Those superheroes do not belong in the same squad, Ruben. Okay? Foreskin and 7 years ago, our forefathers. Oh, did I say that? Everybody says, Abraham Lincoln. I was just pulling your leg. I know how it goes. 7 years ago. Well, I think his name should actually be Rumple Foreskin. Rumple foreskin is a guy whose foreskin goes to sleep for a long time. Is that Rumpelstiltskin? No, wait. That is, who's the guy who goes to sleep for a long Rip Van Winkle. That's Rip Van Winkle. Rumpelstiltskin, he's the little gnome who wants to steal that lady's child. Except he's really not trying to steal her child. He's made a perfectly good, valid deal with her. I'm going to let you spin this hay into gold, and you just have to give me your child. His friends call him Rumple, but only if those friends come with benefits. You can call me Rumple Sexy if you're down. Rip Van Winkle sounds like a perfect foil for private foreskin. Rip Van Winkle is quite a name, isn't it? Have you seen that meme? Let me see if I can find it. About John Jacob Jingleheimer Schmidt. Let me see if I can find it. It's quite hilarious. Let's see here. John Jacob Jingleheimer Schmidt meme. Images. Oh, here it is. This is the one. Open image in new tab. There it is. Buddy, you ain't gonna fucking believe this. That's excellent work, whoever made that meme. That's great stuff. That's good writing. Diaphragms. I was barely an adult. When I was driving across country once, I noticed every bathroom in New Mexico had a condom vending machine in the ladies' bathrooms. I wonder what Nebraska has in the vending machine. I was barely an adult, and you can't imagine how exciting this was for me to see. I kept returning to the car asking for more dollar bills. This is not my permanent home. I'll be out of here probably in like 6 hours or something. I do need to wrap this up pretty soon and go to bed. I think I'm gonna go outside for one more cigarette though. And then I'll bid you all farewell after that. You know, one thing about the packing of the truck that I'm pretty proud of is the way I've got the guitars attached to the side of the truck. I put them there with zip cords and they're not moving 1 inch. Not an inch. Where am I at? I'm in Nebraska, G. I'm in Grand Island, Nebraska. If you know anything about Nebraska, you may say to yourself, where's an island in Nebraska? Well, apparently, it's some island that was in the middle of some rivers around 3 rivers, and I guess at a certain point they had an island in the middle. That's where it's named Grand Island. It's also, fun fact for anybody who wants to know, this is home to the Nebraska State Fair. Yeah, that's right. If you want to go to the Nebraska State Fair, you're not going to go to Omaha. You're not going to go to Lincoln. You're going to go right here to Grand Island, Nebraska. So, fun facts about Nebraska we're learning today. I'll share a fun fact with you. There actually is a shit ton of corn in Nebraska. I've driven past many miles of fields of corn. So it's not just it's not just like a rumor or like the Houston Oilers. They were called that, but the oil had long since dried up. Well, the corn has not dried up. A lot of corn. I almost feel like husking in here just while I'm here, you know. While I'm here in Nebraska, I might as well husk in here corn. But I don't think I'm going to have time for that. I'm too busy these days making my way eastward. Eastward, out of Nebraska, through Iowa, when I am in Illinois, maybe I'll do a little one-man play in honor of Abraham Lincoln. Because, as you probably know, Illinois proclaims itself Land of Lincoln. You know, one thing I'll say is it's interesting how much America has preserved regional accents. People in New York, Long Island, talk very differently than people in California. I was just thinking about how I can hear a Chicago accent in my voice. Chicago. Oh, we're gonna go down and see the Cubs or something like that. No, I like going up and down. I'm not really smoking because I want to. I need to smoke that much. I'm just. It's part of the whole live streaming routine for me, you know? Like if I were back in Mariposa, I'd go in and out. Smoke cigarettes, that's how I go back in. Come back out, smoke cigarettes. It's more like I want to change a venue than anything else. Bob Seger Schmob Spieger. That's what I have to say about that. Bob, so-called Seger. Against the Wind was a song about his girl who kept farting nonstop. Really? Doesn't seem like a very nice thing to write a song about for your girlfriend. So let's see. Let me look at this itinerary here. It's right in front of my face. We'll see where I'm supposed to be when. So one of these wonderful things that Claude can successfully do. For some reason, he has identified Delilah as my sister in this document. I'm pleased with myself for painting the rink today. It's off the list. When I talk to Claude next time, I won't have to worry about him nagging me about that. I already paid it, motherfucker, so stop nagging me. Got all the phone numbers I need here. So I feel like, wow, I'm on top of the person in the world. All thanks to Claude. All right, so I was supposed to end up today in North Platte, but I went past North Platte and I ended up here in Grand Island. Tomorrow, I'm only supposed to go to Des Moines. I could go. I mean, I'm obviously not going to go all the way to Toledo, Ohio. That would be another full day. But instead of doing 470 miles from North Platte to Des Moines, I'm already like an extra 150 miles past that. So, we'll try to go a little further tomorrow too. We're going to chop off some of these chunks here, an extra 100 or 2 miles at a time. And we'll be, instead of arriving in Franklin Square on the 7th, we will arrive in Franklin Square on day 6. Does it say what? Oh yeah, there it does say that. On the 26th of August. That's when I plan to arrive instead of the 27th of August. It's not that there's any huge advantage to me getting there earlier. It's just I want to be done with this drive as quickly as possible. And ideally, if I could have everything unloaded and everything set up before Saturday would be nice because I want to watch the USC football game. But if I don't have everything like my one concern, I have this weird concern about watching the USC game in New York because I know from previous experience when you're not at your official location where you're supposed to be and you watch things on YouTube TV, then yeah, day 6. I said 6, but that was my bad. I meant the 26th because I was looking at day 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's got it put that way first, and then it's got the date next to it. No, we'll be back. We'll be back on the 3rd or 4th. We're flying back on the 3rd. I think we'll be back by the 4th. Click on the translate icon to see what I truly said. So, when Rachel and I and the cats get back to New York, that'll be right before Labor Day weekend, but all of the stuff will be done by then. The only last thing to do will be just to go home with the cats and then try to get them to not try to find their way back to California, ideally. I don't want one of those Disney movies. Remember that Disney movie where the cat and the dog travel a super long distance? I think you were impressed by trying to act cool about it like you're not flustered. I don't understand this translate thing you're going on here. I don't see any translate icon. I don't know what you're talking about. But, I don't even know what I'm talking about, so why should that matter? Okay, I think I'll bring the rest of this iced tea. We'll go downstairs, we'll have a last cigarette, and then I'm gonna have to go to bed because I got another big day of driving tomorrow. This morning I was able to get on the road at 5 a.m. That was helpful. The earlier I can get away, the better, because all the driving you get done, like first thing in the morning before it even gets a light, hardly. It all just feels like bonus free driving. All right, okay. Now I'm starting to drive, but I'm already 100 miles into the drive. That's how it feels like when you get up early and go. There it is to the left of my last comment. Okay, maybe it doesn't show on my phone. I don't understand why there's any need for any translation of anything, because we're all speaking English. Well, it's getting a little chilly out here. That guy was actually being considerate as he drove past the motels. He was trying not to represent him. But I guess that sort of thing is popular right now. I've seen a lot of those guys. And of course, I can only ever think of what one thing to call those guys. Thanks to South Park. It's British for a cigarette. I'm not sure about here. I haven't actually noticed enough. But I know that in Wyoming they don't have any helmet laws. I saw multiple people writing around about helmets. And of course there should not be helmet laws. They're ridiculous. That does not mean it's a good idea to ride a motorcycle without a helmet. It's not a good idea. But you know what else is not a good idea? There's not a law compelling me to wear something on my head. That's a much worse idea because that's codifying something fundamentally wrong. What about seatbelt laws, Eric? They're less offensive. But I guess they're less offensive because, like, seatbelts are already in cars. It's harder to not wear your seatbelt than it is to wear it, really. It could be considered like just general part of your, safe operating of the vehicle kind of thing. It doesn't really pass muster on that argument because you're not being unsafe to other people, right? But I don't know. It's just less offensive because helmet is not implicitly part of riding a motorcycle. I would not ride one without a helmet, but I mean, I would for a little stretch of distance. I could see myself, riding a scooter and motorcycle just down the block at 7-Eleven without one or something. But I'm sure New York has helmet laws. I remember one time I tried to just ride around the block on my motorcycle without a helmet in Temple City, and I got fucking pulled over. I wasn't even on the major streets or anything. I was just riding around my neighborhood. And I actually had the helmet attached to the helmet lock on the side of the bike. I lied and told the cop that I had been fixing it and was listening to the motor. He let me go. I don't remember why I was riding around with a helmet. I think maybe just like, maybe I was just going to the liquor store or something. I don't know. All right. Well, we are reaching the end here, but I will go inside, look at the chat on the screen, try to look at it. There on the phone because it keeps disappearing. Then it reappeared when somebody says something else. Let's see what this is. Also, crazy rabbit Mexican style. That's Loco Rabito. Those who look outside dream. Those who look inside wake up. Oh, that's silly. Those kind of statements mean nothing. It's just some subjectivist projecting their frame of reference. The desert has some crazy divorced spirits, more or less. Divorced from each other? I typed in a quote from Carl Jung in German and it auto-translated this into English. Wow. That's Carl Jung being an INFJ, I guess, projecting his own frame of reference, saying, my deficit area is subjectivity, and so for me, growth links to that or something. I don't know. It'd be cool to see Eric road trip typing session at one point. I have to do shit, excuse me. Let's see what it says, translate. I see the thing. Tango que hacer un mierda. Disculpa-me. Disculpe. Why isn't it disculpa-me? I don't think it's translating it correctly. Should be disculpa-me, right? There are more penguins outside, you crazy girls. Hay más pingüinos afuera. Chifleras. It's in command tense. Oh. Disculpa-me is more formal and passive. Oh. Well. Yeah, I guess I don't know very much about Spanish. I mean, I already knew I didn't know very much about Spanish, but this is reinforced by this reality here I'm learning today. Disculpe is forgive me, a command. What is now? In the desert roam the souls de los vatos. Now. Well, like, how does it know to translate it into Spanish? Why doesn't it translate it into something like Japanese? Oh, aura, that's what it is. For some reason, I can't remember it. Yeah, disculpe aura. You gotta forgive me right now. I'm commanding you. All right, well, I'm gonna wrap it up. Rachel, are you still here? If so, I'm gonna call you, say goodnight after I end the stream. It's translating into English from Spanish and other languages. Too much cocaine. All right, thanks. Love you all. It was a great time tonight. Very much needed. So, see you next time.